Hello. Ooh, it is time to hear. So I've got... Oh man. I've got it all set up so that now sound is playing when I shoot the weapons. As you can hear. Now, I'm at the point where I have this. I have to deal with this. Playing sound from some node with some loudness. So, I need to figure out how this works. I don't know how this audio works at all. I've never done research on it. I've literally no clue. I don't even know how, like, volume decays over distance. I don't even know. I would assume it's like a square law, but similar to how light works. But I've got no clue. So I'm just going to start by going to a possible source here, this audio listener. Figure out just what even kickstarts any of this. Because an audio listener has a position, and it has to regularly inform whatever audio system of this position. And I can see this very bottom line right here. Update listener, get viewport, listener transform 3D change notify. First listener, viewport, audio listener 3D add. So something here with this underscore audio listener, underscore listener transform. Get listener transform. Make current. Audio listener 3D set this. Set notify transform true. Set notify transform true. Velocity tracker. Doppler tracking. Velocity tracker. Update listener. When does this update listener? Alright, well, not very much here. All I have is this get viewport, which I mean, it must just be viewport. Main. Something about listener. Notification into tree update audio listener. Whoa. Get audio listener 3D. Set as audio listener. Update audio listener. Transform 3D change notify is just empty. What is this? Calls this method, but this does nothing. I would assume that there's... This is not the real viewport class that runs. You get a different viewport. Like an extension of viewport. I'm just looking for anything. They'll just call update audio listener 3D. Which does what? Audio server get singleton and notify listener changed. And we're back in audio server. So, that's tough. Yeah, I've got no clue. There's just like huge break between this code and where the audio stuff happens. Hello, Davy's unofficial son. So I would guess I'm looking at... Okay, I don't even... Because this is not going to be the implementation of it. This is going to be fake stuff. Alright. I think I gotta do this. And just gotta check here. Okay. What is it supposed to be? Get switch? So I should be looking for audio server. That's too many results. I was thinking about WebDriver, but it looks like... What? But it calls these Godot audio sample start, which goes into like... It goes into JavaScript, and then like I just lose... I'm lost again. Let me just go here, I guess. What was this? Platform, web. It's gonna be in here. Like, this is where the functions go. But they call this Godot audio object, which... I don't even know what this... Wait. Underscore Godot audio. Okay, so this is still not the actual thing. What if I do equals? Dude. Why are we doing this? Because this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is set by some like function call, like this. Does this create it? Maybe it is this. Let me see about listener. Wow. Nothing. No listener. Yeah. This is awful. This is pretty bad. Like somewhere there is sitting code that says that's like iterating through every audio stream, or like the audio stream collects the current audio listener or something like that and says, okay, let's run all the code, and now here's my stereo output. Somewhere that exists. And I just have to find it. So let's go back here to audio listener and just follow this as far as I can. Was it updates? Audio listener. The thing that I don't like is there's just these empty methods here. Why? Okay, there's the method make current. This has to lead somewhere. This calls viewport audio listener 3D set. Okay. Whoops. And oh wait, it did bring me there. I'll have to click the line number to actually get there. Right, so this calls this change notify, which literally just does nothing. But then they also call update audio listener 3D, which calls audio server notify listener changed. Okay. Let's go back here. What was it? Notify listener changed? Really? It runs through a list of callback item. Listener changed callback list. Add a listener changed callback. Add and remove. Okay. So I'm looking for add listener change callback. Audio stream player 3D, audio stream player 2D. Okay. Enter tree. It adds listener changed CB. Static void this is the function. It sets itself to call force update, or to set force update panning to be true. Okay. Wait, calculate audio frame. Calculate output volume stereo. I'm assuming this one, I thought I remember looking at this, and this was just storing data and doesn't actually do anything. Okay. So I'm looking for this parameter, force update panning, to be true. Physics process, position changes, okay. So it's here, right beneath it. Volume vector update panning. Update panning, okay. Physics server 3D. Get global transform. What is that? This is a node. This is not a node 3. How does it? What is this method? Wait, listener node. Audio stream player. Wait, it does. This is a node 3D. Okay. Okay, so is this getting... Alright. Listener node, camera. Go through each camera. If it's the audio listener 3D... Wait. Yeah. If it is the audio listener 3D, then we grab it. Okay. Our local position is... Orthonormalized, affine inverse, transform. So it looks like it's basically getting just the local offset between this stream's position and the audio listener position. Right, so that makes sense. We're transforming our source into local space where 0, 0 is the audio listener. area. Get overriding area. Don't need to worry about that. Max distance is greater than 0. Okay. Was further than max distance last frame. Your 3D physics is not disabled. Total max, max distance. Taking the... I don't even know. If distance is greater than total max, or total max is greater than max, I assume this is just what we're setting it to be. Yeah, can't hear the sound. Continue, wait, continue? Okay, this is going through every sound listener. Right. dB to linear, get attenuation, distance. Emission angle, enabled dB attenuation. Wow, I did not think all the math was here. But that's really cool that it is. Emission angle. Essentially, I just need to compute exactly this. I can cache something. Basically just when the sound was played, I would cache whatever relevant stuff I need from the audio stream player, whatever this was. Yep, audio stream player, and then this is the stuff I'm looking for. Hey, Yulia. I know. Z negative. Radians 2 degrees, which is silly. I don't need to do that. If angle is greater than emission angle filter attenuation. Oh. Oh, that's just like if you're not inside the cone, then you drop out some additional attenuation. Wait, why are they doing this? Subtracting the negative. Subtracting the negative is really funny. You talk to HR, they need to know. David is very pissed. I'm pretty sure I am HR. I am the boss. And you're David, yeah. Calculate output volume stereo. So I don't need that. I just need to know this, probably just this attenuation. So dB attenuation is a local value. 1 minus multiplier times attenuation filter, decibels, which I'm assuming is the setting, a setting on the audio listener, or I guess it's actually on the stream player. And hear me? No. Tightness. Cached global panning strength times 2. Multiply by panning strength. Bake in a constant factor to allow the project setting defaults for 2D and 3D to be normalized to 1. I don't need Doppler tracking. I don't need pitch. Wait, where does attenuation get used? DB ATT. The me that is working there, not me. Oh, of course. Where is this used? Playback height. Oh wait, linear attenuation, decibels to linear. Okay, that's where it gets used. For everything we're playing, we set high shelf parameters to linear attenuation, which is just volume. Okay. Then I don't care about stereo stuff. Where's Dan? I don't know. Not here. Pitch scale, return output volume vector. What is this volume vector? What is that? Audio frame. Right. So is this really it? Like, this isn't even that... I guess there is this function. Get attenuation for a given distance. Whoops. Control F does not work here like that. I don't know what I just... Get. Attenuation dB. Okay. Distance over unit size plus CMP epsilon. Why? Why? Just to prevent it from being 0, I guess? But it doesn't save you here. I mean, I guess assuming that you can't set unit size to 0. Okay. Add internal volume. What? Alright, I gotta go see what this is doing, because there's some stuff here that I maybe am missing. Internal volume? Is it this? Volume dB? I guess it is. They just add it. Why did I start with -20? Red, what you doing? What? What you doing? What's going on? Hey. Why'd you come in here, dude? Okay. What is this negative 20 though? Because it's just taking the log. Negative 20 times this log. Inverse distance, inverse square distance. Logarithmic. What's the most realistic one? I'm guessing linear has the most realistic result, is my guess, my assumption. Because that's their default. And I feel like they typically do that. They typically put the best ones in their defaults.
How you doing?
Hey, Maple Leaf. Thanks for rating. I found the math for audio attenuation. All right, see ya. Thanks. Thanks again. Yeah, thanks for following, Rep God 12. I don't know. I don't exactly know what to do with this. I don't know. I have the math. This is what I don't know. I need to get information out of this and start saving it. It's a crazy message. All right. Maybe I should start doing this. I'm going to start making the hearing . and I will figure out how exactly I want to call this. Vision, sound, I don't know. Groups that can be heard. So I don't... Yeah, this is what I don't know. I guess for now I just start with a minimum volume. But I want this to be in the positive range of sound, not computer range of sound. So those were pretty loud. I mean, it says 0. Soft the sound a person can hear with normal hearing. Is what they say 0 is. So maybe I'll just say like 5 or 10. Maybe 10. Whispering at 5 feet. Maybe I'll say 10. Zero to, I mean, that's a good default. Maybe 40. That's a high range. No, sensitivity doesn't sound right. Sensitivity sounds more like a multiplier that I could apply on top of this. Let's stick with loudness. Then I'll say 10. Debug, I don't even know what debug I would have, to be honest. So I'm just gonna take all that out. Do I need to... No, I was thinking about having some difference between... Actually, maybe I should do that. Because of how our ears are shaped, things in front of us are louder than things behind us. Which is how we know when we hear something. Not even just how we know, but more technical. the frequency of sounds changes when they're behind us as opposed to being in front of us because of the shape of our ear. That's how we know something is behind us. But also, a sound is quieter behind us than it is in front of us. Should I do that? Should I make it so that they hear in front of them better than they hear behind them? Or just they hear worse behind them than they hear in front of them? I guess it would just be similar to how I have vision, where if the sound source is outside of some cone, then we like subtract some volume from it. Right. I could even use some dot products to make it get quieter as we go outside, so it's not like a sudden cutoff. I can do that later. I can do that later if I want. For now, it will just be location to hear from, relative to the character. I guess I'll call it ear position. I feel like with sounds, it's such a it's probably not even gonna matter too much if they hear from like the ground or if they hear from where their head is. It'll matter if I add a cone of hearing. Okay, so the reason I'm thinking about a cone of hearing is because it allows the player to have consistent ability to like walk up behind a zombie. Even if that zombie has been like set to some really high sensitivity, you could still walk up behind such a zombie because you'd be in their, you know, death spot, I guess. That's why I would want that. Okay, so I get rid of that. We get all the nodes in our groups. So this is actually immediately different. I can actually just get rid of this whole function. We're not doing sound tests. We are... Oh yeah, we're not doing any of that. This logic is actually kind of pretty much going to sit on the global world class. We're going to ask for sounds played in some time period from certain groups. We're going to get back a list of directions. Or sorry, we're also going to provide our distance. So we're going to say, get me the volume of sounds. Okay, give me the sounds played within this time range. Give me how loud they are at this position. and get me only ones that are in these groups. So this would be, I guess it would be get sounds. Get sounds from, yeah, from this position. It would actually be, sorry, me, global position, plus your position. And this would return, I don't actually know what this would return yet. I need, from this position, in these groups, from this position in these groups, was there a third thing? I guess I could provide a minimum volume. That'd be nice for it to handle that for me. So I don't have to do that filtering here. And what does this return? Should return something for every individual sound. Basically, the node that okay. I would say the node that produced it, but I don't exactly get that. Oh yeah, I need the time. I need the time. That's what I need. Sounds older than, or not older. Sounds more recent than some value here. So I have a frequency. So I would say sounds from this time. This time minus what is it? Minus mind delta times frequency. What I'm looking for. Sounds since that time. Volumes from this position of this loudness in these groups. I don't know which order that would be in. Right that way. And I need a few things. I would need... I guess what I really want is the... I would like a node. The parent of this audio player would actually be really nice to have. So... Alright, here's what I'll say. I'll have... an export here. I can't call it parent. I guess I can call it like source node. just be a node. Node 3D specifically. Should be set to the topmost parent. Topmost parent that owns this node. Yeah. Used by sound hearing systems to track sound producers. So on the player, this would be like, or for the weapon, this would be like the weapon node. For the player, this would be the player. So I'm gonna attach it to I don't know, it's not necessarily the direct parent. Like I was thinking for the vehicles, I might attach audio players to one for all the wheels and it would just move around. So its parent might be some controller node that positions itself. But the source node in that case should be like the truck vehicle or whatever vehicle is producing the sound. Not like putting it on an individual tire or placing it on some node that's like representing the engine. Or I guess you would do that, but you would set the source node to the vehicle, not whatever its direct parent is. So I would like an array of... Okay, let's just assume I'm getting one back. What do I need? I want the node. I want the volume. The loudness in decibels. I want the groups. So say I pass two groups here. I want to know individually if the sound I got back came from was only assigned to one of those groups, or if it was assigned to both of those groups. Maybe I had like 4 groups that I was searching for, and this one was like group 1, 3, and 4, and it wasn't in 2. I'd want to know something like that. Well, I guess actually I don't need to know that. I really just need the node path. And from the node path of the parent, then I can gather the groups later. So something for the goals. That's what they use. They use groups processed at that moment, not like a cached value of groups. Yeah, I don't really know how I would organize this. I feel like I have to put some kind of... I don't want to make objects. Objects are like expensive to make. Well, I mean, I would make the object at creation time, and then I would never duplicate it. I wouldn't make copies of it. I would just make it once when the sound plays. Oh, I should have some max distance too. Quite a sound that can be heard, and then I definitely need a max distance to limit this. Um, let's just say they could hear anything that happened within 200 meters for now. I have to figure it out with gunshots, because those are going to be like really far traveling. So I need a minimum loudness and then I guess a max distance. It's a lot of parameters. Let's go here. Sound played. The method is called get sounds. I guess I should just say get sounds played. An array of something, I don't know what. We'll be back in a minute. Gotta go to the bathroom. I'm back. All right. Sounds played in an array of what? An array of what? I definitely want them to be objects. All right, the results are going to be different from... Oh. All right. Well... All right, I don't know what they are. I really don't know what they are. They could be... Here's an idea. I could share the same... Also, I could share the method of having like packed byte arrays and just having functions that will return values from them. That's kind of crazy though. I can't fit all that in global world. That should definitely be a different class. I guess it could be like global sound. Something like that. Where is it? Global, there's world. I might have... Let me do this. No. How can I make an inner class that's loaded from a different file? Can I do that? Expected that after class declaration. Okay. I guess I wouldn't even do it that way, would I? I would just do like var printer is loading this printing class. Let me do that. Let me just like quickly split this one off to its own script. It doesn't need to inherit anything. I mean, what can I do? Object? Sure. It's literally just gonna be this. This dog is freaking out. I think it's just like really windy and cold outside, and he just keeps coming back in and losing his mind. Yeah, I don't even want to like extend anything. Just literally just this. I use you as an excuse not to play League. Wow. Hello, I say in return. Any excuse to not play League is a good excuse. Any excuse. Class to print stuff. We have printer, which will be preload. How do I do this? Do I like drag this in? Nice. And now if I were to call printer print, there it is. Nice. You okay? You right there, man? He's freaking out a little bit. He's going crazy. Watching a streamer giving free Godot tutorial. I shouldn't miss it. Yeah. Brett, chill out. Don't just, dude. Okay, he's gonna pull all the bed sheets off. And he's gonna stare at me. Okay, go on. I was trying to just move out of the way so that you could see him, but now he's just staring at me. He's not doing anything anymore. If I sit here long enough, he'll just think that I'm not. He'll just go back to what he was doing. What? I'm just scamming people? I don't even understand. Who'd they think I was? I mean, I'm pretty sure this dog acts like he's doing something like thoughtful here, but his plan is just gonna be to push all the bed sheets off. But he's like scratching to bring them back on, and then just pushes them further off. Oh, there he goes. He's figured it out. Okay, not quite yet. Is he gonna? No, he's not. He is well trained. No, he looks tired. Oh, no way you're gonna leave. Dude. This dog tore out my bed and then left before he didn't even lay down. Okay. He's gonna walk right back in. Nope. Okay, he's gone. No need for Pikachu energy. Dude, why do you do that? He's gonna come back in here pretty soon. It's usually what he does. He likes to just come in here and he'll do a bunch of stuff and then he'll just jump up and leave. And he comes back like a minute later. Okay. Now what does this look like? Oh, okay. So I was setting up printer for that. Let me go ahead and send this as it is. I guess this is just gonna return an empty array. I don't know what it's gonna return. And then I need to go here and hit save to convince it to actually run the code that I have that's supposed to run when I hit save. There we go. He knows better. Oh, he knows he's better than you and knows you can't do anything about it. Okay. Okay. Right. Move, literally just that. Not exactly, actually. Actually, no. Because I only want to have some of this. Oh, what is it? Restore staged. Yes to that one, no to this one. Okay. Or move. Move printer class to own script global world. That's what I want. Okay. And then my thought was I could do like a packed byte array, but I guess not. But I definitely want a script for sounds. preload for that. Okay. So essentially I would just pass this in. Add sound. At this time, in this player, do this loudness. Essentially, that's the only thing this is gonna do. Get sounds played. I guess I could actually do like global world dot sounds dot add. Would that be better? Maybe not. I don't know. I really don't like when I create a function that just exists to pass on to call another function. I guess this one passes on some extra data here. Let me say this. Yeah, I like this. Okay, I like this. So I can still pass it on. Essentially, this part would just kind of go away. So let me copy all of that. And it will be a time in past. So it'd be like this. Minus seconds in past. And then here I can just get rid of that. So this is nice and simple. And then a position. Or I guess just a location. This can just be get game time. And then groups. Yeah, just groups. And then yeah, I guess just a minimum loudness. And then a max distance. Sure. So now I've got this. Tracks, yeah. Tracks, sound history. the world. So I will need a add sound, a time, a positional audio player, and a loudness. This will record a sound event with a given time, player, and loudness. Get sounds. I really don't know how this would work, honestly. I just happen to know that making objects burned me really hard when I was doing something in in physics updates. I was tracking ground information and I was creating a new object every time I did that. Just changing that was like the difference between unplayable and super good frame rate. Just like not making that object. Hey Danilin. So I'd really like it if I can do this without creating objects. I feel like I don't know. I don't want to do an array because then that's really subject to change. I could do a packed byte array, but then I have to call functions from this class on it to get any information, which also seems a bit annoying. I gotta adjust the camera. What is this? 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 What am I doing? Why is Godot so slow at making objects? Why? Why are they so slow? What do I have? Because I would really like to just have... Is it because they're ref counted? Is that it? Should I clip that document and upload it to Live stream fails? LSF? Normal streamer dealing with his dog like a normal human being. Oh well. Okay. But what information do I know that I need? I know there's something here that I would like to have. It would be nice to Alright, here's an idea. I keep a log of the most recent, like, oh, I was gonna say like 100 sounds, but I feel like it's actually not enough. Because that would include every zombie walking. Every step. I think I have to store... Let's do this. I could store probably only the last 5 or 10 seconds of sound that's played. That's probably enough. If I were to do that, I need to have... Well, I mean, I already have a timer with everything. And add sound can clean that up. So I guess worst case scenario is actually there is no limit on that. If you add like 1 trillion things within 10 seconds and then don't call add sound ever again, then you just have like crazy memory usage. So that's not a good idea. He's like smacking his lips very loudly. It's really loud. But I'm sure it's not going through stream. Man, this is hard. I don't have like a nice data type that I can just give named values to. That's not going to be really slow to create. Like way too slow. And unfortunately, they have to be ref counted because they need to exist and stay alive while they're used, and then they need to be cleaned up for the results. For adding the sounds, I need to store pretty much all the relevant data from the positional audio player that I'll use for calculations. Thanks for following, Yui. Because then I have to use that to calculate everything from get sounds. So this first one could be a packed byte array. I think that's fine. But the results, I would rather not. They could be, but I have to create a new one and write to it. And then to get the information out of that, I have to call methods on this sound class. Is that good? I've written this like twice now. I just don't think there's a better way to save data with names. And the methods allow me to essentially they're just treated like names. It allows me to change the structure of it anytime I want, and any of the code that uses it doesn't have to change because they're still just retrieving a packed byte array and then passing it to methods. Is there anything? I don't know, maybe there's something here. What about object? There's probably nothing. What if I just look it up? Like, Godot objects are very slow to create. Like, I have no idea where to go from here. Why are classes so slow? What? Comparing two arrays of the same size and type, the one built into class is almost 12 times slower. What? Each has an array, and then he has an array class. Just method calls. This isn't the same thing. I'm looking for why they're really slow to create. This dog. Right. No. No. Just smacking his lips so loud. It's so loud. I don't know why he does it. He could lick himself all he wants as long as he's not like so loud when he does it. Like, I'm not gonna imitate it, but it's like, it's really loud. Like, I can hear it through my headphones with music playing. Oh, man. Oh, this is good. Performance drops when instantiating thousands of objects. Yeah? A bullet hell game. Okay, well, I mean, he's individually loading from disk every time, so that's probably, you know. Yeah. What's your PC? Okay. Super unhelpful. Hey, this is really slow when I run it. I think it's your hardware. Man, this is not helpful. I had an issue with making a single object every physics frame. Like, making one object every physics frame made it unplayable. Why? No deving for me today. Need to watch art course. Eventually I'll be doing art. That might be the... That might actually be around the time that I take it off stream. Because it'll probably start pretty bad. Right? Like, I literally just had a serious problem making one object per physics frame. That was like obliterating performance. Was that a bug? Was that actually like my fault? Because I'm concerned about even doing it like a couple times every half second, creating an object. Why doesn't it tell you when someone clips something? Why doesn't it tell you? There's supposed to be... I mean, I have like an activity feed that's supposed to tell me when someone makes a clip. So if someone does, then I'll see it. It's this activity feed window. This. I just have this open on the side. Does it tell you? Well, when it publishes, it would show up here. It should. Doesn't? Well, I don't know. It should. I've seen it before. Actually, maybe I haven't. Either that was someone who put the link in chat, or I actually saw it. Biggest example of why modern games are clown is chromatic aberration. Really? Did you, like, go... I don't know. Maybe Twitch is just dumb sometimes. Alright, what was this? I may as well look at it. Can we stop scrolling down? The change? Because they're still just retrieving a packed byte array and then passing it to methods. You can see him behind me too. Is there anything? Okay. We just spin around. For photographers do all they can to get rid of it. For some reason game devs think it's cute to add to their game. I mean, I'm gonna search it up, but I'm sure I'm gonna get like... Okay. I type in chromat and it's like chromatic aberration shader Godot. Optical flaw, right? Okay, this is like impossible. I think it's most noticeable in images like this, right? Yeah. There's no zoom though. I want to see like a zoom in. Be like this. It's definitely most noticeable on like thin tree branches. I can't even see that. It's definitely gotten to a point where that's it's like kind of a style thing. If you want your camera to look old in a game, you would put a filter on that creates that. Definitely when people use it, they overblow it though. They way overblow it. So many games have removed chromatic aberration mods. Yeah. The only time it should be in a game is if it's like a horror camera tape recorder type game. And even then, like I said, they overdo it. And then of course always have a toggle to turn it off. Because it can be, what's the word? Fatiguing to look at for too long. It's fine on like a picture, but on video, it can get really bad. No one has like, is there? What if I just go to YouTube? What's YouTube got for me? What do we got here? Godot. I think apparently sometimes I've accidentally used this VOD account to watch YouTube videos. And I'm getting suggestions for stuff I've never played on stream. Godot, fast. I'm just gonna look for this fact. Like, is there? Actually, this might be.
Can Godot handle 10?
This might be something worth watching. This might be something worth watching. Put it at faster speed though.
1,000 bullets? Of course it can, even many more. This demo by Samuele is running in Godot with 20,000 bullets on screen at 60 frames per second. This uses C++, but what if we use Godot's simpler scripting language, GDScript? Using the powerful physics server, you'll easily get thousands.
Okay, but instantiating them is the problem. How do we instantiate
thousands on screen? That's not as fast as C++, but still more than enough for the vast majority of us. Let's look at the naive and slow way first, and then how you make your code run faster in Godot.
This is the naive and slow way?
So, if you use the most basic approach, you may only get 1,000 bullets at 60 frames per second. In this example, we're using an area 2D node with a collision shape and a sprite. When shooting, we instantiate bullets
once per frame rate?
And when they travel past...
What? Okay. Dude. $600 per second. So we get our delta. It's I really don't like that this is in the process, but okay. I cannot believe the speed that he just blew over this. So you preload it first, then you instance it. What did I do wrong? Okay. Um,
And when they travel past their maximum range, we delete them using the queue_free function. The
object
result can be a bit
pooling.
disappointing. However, with a really simple change, we can instantly double our performance. It can be a bit disappointing. Travel past that
What is this?
2D node with a collision 1000 bullets at 60 frames per second. In this example, we're using an area 2D node with a collision shape and a sprite. When shooting, we instantiate bullets, and when they travel...
I can't believe the speed that they blew over that. There's definitely optimization just right here that he's ignored.
bullets, and when they travel past their maximum range, we delete them using the queue_free.
Okay, so what's the problem here? We're tracking a travel distance every physics process. When we go outside of a range, we queue free. Distance is speed times delta. Where are we even updating our transform? Position plus motion. Transform, so they move along the x-axis. Should be distance here. I don't know why it's written like that, but
function. The result can be a bit disappointing. However, with a really simple change, we can instantly double our performance. By default, all our
don't
bullets
tell me he's going to change something. He's going to turn off monitorable.
try to detect others every frame because of the default collision layer and mask settings. Uncheck the collision layer and turn off the area's monitorable property, and you instantly double your max bullet count. Figuring out the next step was a little harder. I tried to use pooling, a technique with which you pre-instantiate thousands and thousands of bullets and just reuse them. I showcased
Okay. This is something I could do.
reuse them. I showcased it in the GDScript Pro Tips video. With the pool, when removing the nodes from the scene tree after using them, the performance was not better. Even without that, using so many Area 2D nodes limited performance. When it comes to performance, you always want to test and measure what is slowing you down, one change at a time. You shouldn't make assumptions because you'll often be wrong and waste time. See the free guides in the description to learn more. In the next demo, I did two things.
That might be worth
Instead of
looking at.
using 3 nodes for the bullets, I just used one sprite. Then I tapped into Godot's physics server to check for collisions. It's a little more code, but generally faster too. I also stopped removing nodes from the scene tree. It turned out adding all the nodes as children of the gun and just turning off processing and hiding them improved performance greatly. In this demo,
What? Okay, we'll rip your memory, I guess. Turns out not removing them was faster.
faster too. I also stopped removing nodes from the scene tree. It turned out adding all the nodes as children of the gun and just turning off processing and hiding them improved performance greatly. In this demo, when a bullet hits something, it just turns itself off. The node is still there, but it's invisible and not doing anything. The result, you get up to 7,000 to 8,000 bullets on screen, which isn't too bad. This experiment
Until you play for maybe like 5 minutes and then your game crashes
shows
because
that
you run
by
out of
making
memory.
a couple changes and using a little more code, you can often multiply the performance of some critical piece of your game. If you need to, you can even go further like Samuele did and write that critical piece in a much faster language like C++. Then you can squeeze every ounce of speed out of the computer and the engine. There's a big misconception that Godot
Maybe that
is
would
slow.
be
I won't deny that some parts
what
will
I have
use
to do.
performance improvements, but well, those are coming with every new release. However, Godot is already
did say
much
something, though,
faster
that
than
was
many think
correct.
with its fast
Which is not to try solving a problem that you don't have yet, essentially.
data-driven call. By default, Godot gives you those convenient nodes that save you a lot of code.
I'm just
You get that
quite
convenience
certain
at
that
the cost of some speed.
I'm just quite certain that making an object is like really oddly slow. All right, let me spend some time looking through this. Okay. I guess it is just built-in functions, isn't it? I just really like when something is named, like I have a named thing that highlights and it tells me that I've typed it correctly. Actually, kind of an issue with that is you only get notified that you're using something wrong if it's a function, or if you're calling a variable as a function, or you're passing a function variable to something that does not expect a function, then it actually tells you, hey, you're doing something wrong. But if you just type like .abc onto any object, it's going to pretend like that exists. And just not say anything about it. Yeah. Seems like there's just nothing about making your own custom objects. Remove elements from the back of the array. Data preferences might be good to look at. Have you seen the situation with the new Pokemon game? Nope. Iteration over recursion. Yeah. Conditional chains are faster than match. That's hilarious. It's actually crazy. The homeless bench, or the fact that pirates play the game 4 days before the people who paid for it? Anti-homeless bench in Pokemon? What now? This guy's telling me to get on Overwatch. What this wall that has for some reason a very low resolution texture on it. I don't know what I'm looking at. I mean, it's just bad, right? Like they should stop doing 3D immediately. It is bad looking. They suck at it. When are you adding co-op? After release. Is it this? I really don't know what I'm looking at here. Other than the fact that this texture here is terrible. It's just really bad. There's no way, by the way, that they could not just put a mesh, this exact mesh here, because they have flowers right there. Those are obviously not planes. These are like 3D modeled flowers, practically. They gotta stop doing 3D. They gotta stop. And you complain that I use AI to help me with my game. What? Have I? I don't think people should make games using AI, but no, there was a link in here that I want to look at. Data preferences. Oh. They're literally just going to tell me I should use Array, aren't they? AAA with companies with hundreds of devs use AI to make game dev faster. Yeah. How much AI do you think they used for Halo Infinite? They had to use some, right? So far, the only thing I used was ChatGPT to help me with code. Anything else I tried failed. There's this one thing I've been wanting to look at, and that's like an analysis of dialogue from that Mind's Eye game, I think. There's a couple like random phrases in their dialogue that a human just did not write. A human didn't write and a human did not read it. Like the first time it was ever read was in the booth by the voice actor. Someone's gotta have made that video analyzing the dialogue. No one wants to play that game. You know, probably the ratio of like streamers to buyers of that game could be the highest of any game release ever. It could be. Could be close. Concord. Mine's high is money laundering. Me when I'm in the library. What? Me when now I'm in Stardew Valley. I'm just crazy. Alright, here's what I'll do. I've never made it past 3 seasons. I feel like the game really slows down at some point. I had a file that I was playing for a long time. I'm like on year 3 or something. It feels really hard to make progress. Like, there's still a lot. I remember there's still a lot for me to do and unlock and, like, create. And it's like a full month, and I've, like, done 1 item or something. I think what my issue was is that I made the farm way too large, and I didn't have any automation tools. So then every single day I spend, like, over half of it managing the farm, and then I have the extra time to go and like desperately hunt for automation resources. Wanted to automate everything and didn't want to spend 10 hours manually watering. Yeah. That's probably the issue. You expand too quickly before you have automation. I don't play gay games except Dead by Daylight. Okay. The other day what was I doing? I just like saw a link for like restricted games on Twitch where if you play the game you have to set your stream as 18 plus. Dude, some of the game titles that they have are crazy. Have you downloaded Brown Dust too? No, I haven't even looked at it. And I still think that's a terrible name. They gotta change that name. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I make it a dictionary. I return the dictionary, but then I still have methods to get information from the dictionary. So if I need to, I can turn it into a packed byte array and the API stays the same. Right? Right. Perv. I think I'm not a perv for saying that. Brown Dust is just a really That's just like a gross phrase. Like it's worse than just being like dirt. Like any other color I think would sound less like even yellow dust. It just sounds gross. Oh man. Array of dictionary. Get sounds from log with a computed loudness. Given the position and the source's attenuation parameters. All I need is my CPU core, then I can make a new computer. Then I can start training models on all McFaud data. Please don't do that. That's got to be like defamation, right? Like, is there any way to make a case that like, who was it? Logan Paul was like watching his AI videos that people were making. Someone's got to call that like defamation. That, or we need like a big watermark right in the middle of the screen that's like generated by by AI. This is not real. This is made up. There won't be either since Silicon Valley is paying government officials. Yeah. I drew you as a Zodiac too. I trained an AI model on you. Dude, I feel so lazy. I don't want to... Ugh. I don't want to work. I don't want to work right now. I'm also just struggling because this is, I don't know why. I wrote that, like, whole sensory system and, like, you know, I just flow stated that whole thing. I did vision. I did all the goals. Now I'm on sound and I'm like, I feel lost. I don't see it. I don't see the vision. I usually see what I'm writing before I write it. What are you talking about? I feel mentally challenged right now, and I don't like that. And it makes me it makes me not want to work on it. What are you trying to make? Consult the experts? I could call myself an expert. Not on Godot, but like in programming. I could call myself an expert. I've been doing it more than 10 years at this point. Talking about GPT and Claude. The great black box RNG machines. That's a lie, but no one is stopping you? How many game sales before I can call myself like a professional a professional game developer? How many sales? How many sales would I need? What are you trying to make? That's the issue. I'm struggling to see it. You gotta do Undertale numbers? Best-selling games, 500,000. $3.5 million players. And there's a lot of people who just buy the game but never play it. PlayStation, 100,000. The 10 best-selling indie games on Switch. One of the 10. Undertale 5 and 10 million on Steam. Dude, if that game had that many sales, once you're able to pay an chill your game on 4chan. I should do that. I should post about my game like every hour on 4chan or something. That's how the site works, right? Like the posts get deleted after sometimes, so you have to like keep reposting it. Isn't that how that was how 2B2T became popular, I've heard. The owner was constantly posting about it on 4chan. So I have to have a way to remove sounds over time. So, what do you guys think about this game that just came out? Yeah. I think I have like two options for marketing. Either I do literally none at all, or I go very hard into it and I make sure that I ride the knife edge of like getting banned from platforms for spam. Anything in between is just like not ideal. Do no marketing, that works most of the time. Did Undertale do any marketing at all? I've already closed it, but Among Us didn't have like any marketing because it didn't get popular until like years after it was released. I said it before, I'm pretty sure if you've made a good game, you wouldn't have to do any marketing for it. Eventually, you will make all the sales that you're due. Among Us might be one of the worst things to ever happen at gaming. What would I call this? Like last trim time? What? Pay the CIA to transmit to kids with autism. Okay. So my thought here was that every second in global world, I would do one of these. Sounds dot, so just call it like tick. Guess what I should call it trim. Undertale music starts. Is it? Yep. And then I was thinking like 10 seconds. I tracked the last 10 seconds. I don't know, I'll try adding to the back and removing from the front. I think it's probably better. Yeah. I've been shitting hard recently. Glad to hear it. So if I'm adding to the back, I guess I would just go increase my index until I find the first index of something that is within history. Is that right? I guess I can also do if sound log is empty, then I'm done. For I in range of the size sound log I, if sound time, if this is going to be a lower value than time, so if time minus sound time is less than, so I'm finding the first index, right? M out late. See you. I guess you meant to write later. I'm looking for the first index that is within my time range. That's what I'm looking for. So if the difference between the current time and the time that it was saved is within my log max time, then I'm done. First is I and break. If first is equal to -1, this means that the entire log should be cleared. So I can just do that. Otherwise, I would say sound log could be equal to sound log slice. Starting at first to sound log size. End. Their value is relative to the end of the array. End is exclusive. It looks like I can actually exclude that entirely. I can just say first. Because it uses, for some reason, it uses a hexadecimal max. It's really strange. I feel like I haven't seen that before. Oh wait, first is inclusive. Okay. So if I'm always adding to the end, I know the end contains my most recent stuff. As long as I keep it ordered as well. You know what, let me not even allow to pass in a time. Let me not even allow that. Yeah, let me not even allow this. Can I call a non-static function? Make an instance instead. Oh. Then it should be static. Too many arguments for get sounds. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even allowed to pass in time. Actually, I could just copy this. Okay. What do I need to save? I could save. I guess I would have attenuation model, attenuation filter. Okay. We just start writing stuff in, I guess. So I would have, I guess, loudness first. Stop that. Loudness, attenuation model, be player, attenuation model. The filter dB. Let me call it that. Aelia. I don't need the hertz cutoff. I will need emission angle cosine. With one M and two S's. Let me just say cosine theta. Angle enabled? I guess this is a case where I can save a little bit of... So yeah, let me do this. So I don't technically need everything. Actually, I don't even need this. Do I even need that? This is just a wrapper on top of that, which we'll call this method. That's actually all it does. Oh, this does have the groups, though. So never mind, this does have the groups. Well... Now let me do this. Let me do this. And then global. Actually, this stays the same. This one will be player, player, player groups. Cool. enabled. Get this. Time, the loudness. I do need the position. And then groups. Make a copy of it. Then I have a max distance. And is that actually it? Oh, I do need unit size. So I have to have unit size when I'm using this attenuation model. Well, the factor for the attenuation effect. Yeah, it is. If the max distance is greater than 0, and I guess I also have to have volume, don't I? Volume. Well, this would really be multiplied by the volume that it played at. So loudness would be volume linear times linear to dB. Should I actually keep it linear? That would make the math easier. Let me check their... I did find it. It was in Audio Stream Player 3D. Does all that math. Get attenuation. Linear to decibel. Then we add the volume decibel. I'm gonna store it at decibel because that's how they do it. Oh, when I pass, actually, let me not even do that. No, yeah, I should do it like that actually. Yeah, because I need to pre-compute this. This is the volume, right? This is the volume. 10 upvotes, 1 share. What? What is 10 upvotes and 1 share? Where's it going? Here. What do I pass? I'm just calling get loudness. Okay, so yeah, this does not factor in the volume of the audio player itself. dB to linear. Then I convert it back. Wait, have I made a mistake here? Oh no, I multiply it by that. Okay, so it's already good. So the loudness is not affected by the volume of the audio player at the time I pass it, but it should be. So yeah, so this is correct. The dog clip. That's silly. That's just silly that you actually posted that. But thanks. Maybe someone will follow from it. One called you Asmongold? Yeah. Say the time, the position, the groups, loudness, which will factor in the volume of the audio player. Is that everything? I don't need a counter. Also, I don't know if Reddit still does this, but I'm pretty sure they add like a random value every time you refresh the page. Or it's bots. Clip directs people to here, right? I mean, yeah, it should, right? Like when you open a Twitch clip, it's like, gives you a link to the channel. Remember that Fallout 4 one that I uploaded? Shared? Uploaded? I guess it was technically uploaded. It was like day to day, it'd be like, it would vary by like 2 or 3 upvotes for some reason. I don't know why. I would hit refresh twice and go from like, it changed by like 1 or 2, and then it would keep just going up and down around like some average value. I don't know why they do that. Like I said, either that's like bots running, or for some reason they just randomize it slightly. It says -1 now. It's funny. Or one less, yeah. Should probably be the print function, shouldn't it? Oh, I am calling print. But it's not calling my print function. Wait, so you're telling me I don't need a printer class for that? I mean, I'm gonna keep it because you know, formatting and things like that. And maybe I want the printer to like go to an on-screen output in the future. Definitely should. Yeah. Maybe they randomize it to prevent bots. Dude, stop refreshing. Just stop it. So that a bot can't get like an accurate track of the values over time. It forces them to check like less frequently because they can't trust the information that they get is actually accurate. I think it's everything I need there. No, because if it's just like the printout that they return, they have the value. It could also be some crazy optimization for like multiple servers running so that upvoting is fast to write. So every time you get a request, you're getting like a random server's current value. So maybe it's not even like intentional. Maybe it's just an artifact of having several servers tracking the same data. Well, I think that's all that I need to save. Seems like it to me. Now down here in the get sounds is where things are going to get complicated. So if I know that everything is coming in well ordered, I could read the array in reverse and stop when I go outside of my time. Yep, adding to the batch. The most recent ones are at the end. sound. If the difference between these two is greater than seconds in the past, then I am done. I'll even be clear about that. Windsurf accepts temporary emails. I got 15-day trial of GPT-5. I was wrong. I don't think you've mentioned this to me before. I'm even just say if it's empty, we're just done right away. That's a simple thing. I didn't like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. I don't remember that. So if I have I think groups is probably fastest to check. Also, if groups is empty as well, then I know that I'm definitely not going to find anything. If the... Yeah, let me do some stuff here. If seconds in the past is approximately 0, there's a lot of optimizations I can make here. Or minimum loudness is greater than, like, I don't know, 1,000. Or max distance is also approximately 0. Okay. I also want to do a check here. That was not really so important to check, actually. If we're not in the group, continue. Then I guess I would check for max distance from this location. So I have a position. We do a squared. If position, location. Let me actually make it position. Nah, I'll do location. Location, distance squared to sound position. Let me actually also change this to location. Continue. Loudness. I guess this is a pretty easy check here. This is, let me put all the stuff that's not this group thing up here, because that's an iteration that could be pretty slow. If we are already under our minimum loudness, then don't even need to check anything. If we're outside our distance, then we don't need to. Then we're done. If there is a max distance, and let me even track this. Well, yeah, let me save it. Because I may want to check. If sound has max distance, then if distance squared is greater than that, then I'm done. Need what? Reddit's crazy, man. Right? Max distance, because we may not have it. And then I can check the groups. Maybe I still skip the groups, actually. Maybe checking for distance attenuation. Where is it? Is this faster than possibly going through a list? Where did Radiant go? He's probably gaming. Or working. Actually, probably not working. I don't know. No, wait, he's like... Never mind, he's on call. He's always working. I think. I don't know. Working on Saturday? Yeah. Dude. I'm working on Saturday. I did some math the other day to figure how much time I have to do this before I need to get a job. I've got a lot of time. And I was thinking about it. I could even possibly deliberately delay release until like next year in October to make it a holiday release. Assuming none of my expenses change. Or I guess, assuming my expenses don't increase. Yeah. I could deliberately delay it till next year to have a holiday release. But that'll be something I can figure out when I'm very nearly done and I can actually start thinking about that side of game development. It's gonna get finished in 1 year. I mean, I think with the pace I have, I'm really close to having gameplay done. I'm really close. It would just be assets and tuning. I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or serious because of how many question marks you're using. Can't tell. Is this faster? It's probably faster. Probably math is always faster. So yeah, I kind of have to compute attenuation out here as decibels. Logic is done, make them nodes and collisions. Yep. Oh, the spawning. Yeah, the spawning is still something I haven't quite gotten to yet. I mean, I have a very rudimentary spawning system, but it doesn't, it's not good. Definitely not final quality. So attenuation is essentially just an adder to the volume, or the loudness, I guess. Is that right? linear to dB. So yeah, this value gets close to 0. And when it converts to decibels, it becomes super negative. A very negative value. A simple game loop? Well, I mean, I have some definitely really complicated systems. Like this AI could practically be a single function. But I've gone way over that. Something way more complex. Something the Warner Brothers will sue you for. Alright. So I need distance. And then I have my unit size. And I have my model. So I really just need the model and the unit size. Is that right? Oh, filter. Wait, attenuation filter. Or was it somewhere around here is where it does all the calculation for everything at once? Update panning. Where's this attenuation filter used? Oh, it multiplies it by... Right, okay. Of course. Multiplier decibel to linear. And they multiply the decibel by a linear value. What? That can't be right. Convert to linear. Multiplying a decibel value by a linear value. Shouldn't they convert that attenuation filter to a linear value first? They should. That doesn't look right. Because then they're adding and subtracting by this. Angle attenuation. They're multiplying by that. That can't be right. Affects the loudness in decibels. Yeah, that's not right. That's incorrect. Yeah, I've got some actual serious problems with that. I mean, I just know that's not correct. Because it would make something louder. Wait. Attenuation filter. Asmon Platinum. That sounds like a compliment to me. So, attenuation filter decibel. Let me just go ahead and add one of these in the world, because this is not right. I really don't think this is correct. Audio stream player 3D. This can't be correct. Attenuation filter. Where is it? Yeah, this is just not right. Oh, how much the filter affects the loudness. Okay, so that's actually fine. That's actually fine. How much it affects it. That's still weird. Because I was going to say, when attenuation is getting higher, wait, a minimum value between, yeah, so linear attenuation, maybe, okay. Maybe I can kind of ignore a little bit of how this is being used, because it is provided to this high shelf. So this value deep decibel to linear. This is hard to read. This is actually just hard to read. So the filter dB means that if I turn the value down, I do less attenuation, which sounds weird. I do less attenuation. So that's why the range is limited from limited to the negatives, or 0. So that would mean I plug in 0, which means it has full effect, which would just make attenuation 0. Then we convert that to linear, which would just make it 1. Decibel to linear would make it 1. So linear attenuation is 1, which I assume means maximum attenuation. This is weird. This is really weird. If I set it to 0, and multiply by 0, which makes dB attenuation 0. Let's assume I don't have an angle. Convert 0 to linear gives me 1. They call that attenuation. 1 attenuation, 100%. Which means it's quiet. Set playback high shelf parameter. I guess I need to look at this and which direction this is going. If 1 means, like I think of a high shelf where 1 means there's no attenuation and 0 means it's maximum attenuation. Either way, something's really weird here. Something is weird. High shelf gain. Okay. High shelf gain. Okay, so 0 would be no sound. 1 would be full sound. Okay. Attenuation as gain. Oh my gosh. This is really silly. So if I were to pass in 1, that would mean none. So I do have to set this to negative values. How much it affects it. So that means I would say the filter provides negative 80 decibels of attenuation. Oh man. So negative 80. Attenuation grows. Okay, so this value becomes more negative the more attenuation there is. We convert that to linear. So this value is close to 0. So 1 minus 0 would be just 1 times a negative value. So negative 80. Then I convert that to linear, so that'd be really close to 0. Maybe this is, I mean, it looks weird. It's really strange. Oh well. Oh well. I should just use it as it is and just trust it. I should honestly just trust it. I'm going to trust it so much that I'm just going to start using the same values that they have. So multiplier will be my attenuation. And I'll do it like this. Get attenuation linear. Yeah, just provided sound. We start that at 1. Actually, it goes in here. Never mind. And then this is... right? This is only used to multiply for attenuation. Otherwise, we start it at... So if this was 0, this becomes 0. And as it becomes negative, it becomes more and more negative. What a sentence. As it becomes negative, it becomes more and more negative. As multiplier increases... Oh, sorry. Decreases. This becomes more and more negative. All right. And then I need to do that as well. So if we have a max distance, I mean, there's just a whole bunch of stuff to be checking here. It's up here. So then we can check it down here. Fourth Nuvo game cracked. I don't think they messed up anything. I think that's just how it goes. about lunchtime. So I get that, and then if I have a max distance, I multiply it by the larger value between 0 and 1 minus distance over max distance. This is how they write it, yep. Multiplier multiplied by that. Time for me to find a game trailer. Distance over the max distance. Actually, if we have... I need to follow how they do this. I really do. So they have this outside of here. Is this the only place that that's used? Oh, wait, I need distance like twice. Yeah, okay, I guess I have to compute it there then. Right, that's how they write it. And attenuation will be that. Wait, this is a weird order of things. It's a weird order of things. Because I only need to use max distance is attenuation no matter what. But this is a multiplier on top of that. So I guess actually I start with this, don't I? I guess I actually start with this. I do this first. I don't do a multiply. I just do an equals. And then here I would do a multiply. That's the same effect. So now these are the same value. So then when I do this, yeah. Okay. And then I would have is this the value that they call it? dB attenuation is that. Yeah, I have to put it out here. Wait, do I? Wait, what? Okay, I just set it to be this. This one minus the min. Oh, but this has to be done after that. There's such a dumb order of all this. It definitely has to be done out here. You know what? No. No, I can do this. So if we have it, otherwise it's going to be this value. It'll be this. This times attenuation filter dB. Right? ATT filter dB. Okay, and then I would have emission angle stuff to add to that. Is that all I would have to write there? Yeah, that's all I have to write there, I think. And then I need a function for just get the linear attenuation. And distance? Yeah. So model. Attenuation model. Oh wait, this, oh no, this adds, wait, this adds the loudness. Wait a second. Loudness is already, loudness is in decibels. And it includes the volume of the player at the time it was played. Okay. So this is already included. Or no, sorry. Loudness is this value. So I would add loudness, which is in decibels. I don't know, there's just too much conversions happening for me, honestly. Because we convert linear to decibel, then we convert it back to linear. The problem is this add is not equivalent, does not have an equivalent operation in linear. It's not the same thing. It's not the same as adding. I think it might be multiplying has the same effect, but I'm not sure. So I can't actually do that and hope for the best. Otherwise it wouldn't match real audio results, I guess. So like maybe it would make them hear too well or not well enough. There'd be something would be different. And it'd be probably strange. So yeah. Okay, well I'm just gonna keep the same same layout. I'm not gonna make it linear. So I have an attenuation, and then we just do all that. And this epsilon is just to keep it positive, which I'm pretty sure they don't have that, but I can look at what it is for doubles. Really? It's not different for doubles. That's kind of silly. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Honestly, don't like that. What is the equivalent in decibel of 0, 0, 0? This converts it 2 decibels, a linear value 2 decibels. Was it 4? 4 zeros? Yeah, negative 100 is not enough for me. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros. Yes, that's not enough for me. I need more than that. 200 maybe? Maybe 200? Because the issue is I have sounds that are at... I have sounds louder than 100, which means what they're doing is they're essentially limiting the quietest sound that can be played to negative 100. They're limiting the attenuation to negative 100. This is what that means. The most attenuation you can have is minus 100 decibels, which means for a sound that I play at 160 decibels, the logic would prevent it from going under 60. So basically a distance where it drops down and then it hits 60, and then that's as low as it goes. So the maximum subtraction I can have from loudness is negative 100, which is not enough for me. I need several more zeros. I think I need at least 200. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 zeros. I guess technically 10 if you count the front. Let me go for what is the C++ minimum normal level? Numeric limits. Double min. Oh, there's more. Double min. Okay. I guess what I'm really looking for is this digits. So I have technically 17 digits of accuracy. Maybe I open up the double float calculator. The better site, I think. Not this one. This one. This one doesn't work, right? Like, I can't use this one because these don't work. Oh, wait, they work. What's the decimal value of this? What's this really weird site? This site's formatted so bad. Like, what is this? 2. Wow. That is instantly way lower. 4. 8. So would I do like this? 1. Okay. I just want to see if there's a value here that's like -10. I don't know. Never mind. That's too much. I'll just type in a value. There we go. Distance over sound. Attenuation unit size. Yep. They gotta find a way to fix this thing with these insane ways of comparing to an enum. Like, because it should know that if it's this type, then I should just be able to type in that, and it knows what I mean. It makes it ridiculous to read. This is natural log, right? Sure it is. Otherwise it is 0. And I guess do attenuation add at the sound loudness. Yeah. Attenuation. What's the problem here? Sound max dist. Call non-static. Oh. All right, Danilin. That's cool. Or bad. I don't know which. So now I have an attenuation. As decibel. Which is the true loudness, actually. This attenuation is the true loudness. Multiply. Oh yeah, this should be linear. How's the project going? It's going well. So yeah, at this point, attenuation is the true volume of this. Which should actually... Okay, let me do this. So let me take out this sound loudness here. And it should be... I add loudness here. Otherwise, this would be... this dB to linear. Would it be... All right, forget this. So I just always call this, no matter what. I'm just always calling this. I don't do this check here anymore. So let me flip this around. So I'm doing it in the right order. Not adding there. So we just get that. If we have a max distance, we multiply it by that. Right there. Distance needs to be before that, though. Some max distance greater than 0. Sound distance over sound max distance. Then attenuation decibel is going to be that. This. Actually, no, it's going to start at 0. And if we have attenuation model, then it's going to be this. Because this will be like decibel to linear, which would come out to be 1. So we start this at 0, unless we know that we have this attenuation filter. I mean, if it's not set, wouldn't it just be this multiplier? Okay, I actually get it. So I don't know, this is really weird. This is where I think it like gets a bit wrong. Because if you set this attenuation filter dB to 0, you don't get any. But then you only get it to a maximum value as well. If you say negative 24, that's the lowest it can go. This is just really strange. So multiplier could become 0, which becomes 1 times whatever this attenuation filter dB is set to. So it'd be 1 minus 0, so just that attenuation. Yeah, something about this I just don't like it. This just seems wrong. Yeah, they hard limit you. Because I definitely need to have a way that sounds become like truly inaudible. If the highest value I can set is negative 80, that means the default is negative 24, which means any sound louder than 24 decibels will be audible permanently. So I need to change how this works. I actually have to change how this works. Possibly just ignoring the filter value entirely, and just straight up multiplying a linear value, converting it to linear, multiplying it by everything, by its attenuation, and then yeah, I gotta do that. So let me change this instead to get let me like literally just start rewriting this. This is dumb. So loudness up here. Let me say loudness. I'm gonna do linear. And then I can keep this, get attenuation linear. So attenuation is actually going to be positive. When it's 0, there's no reduction. When it's 1, it's full reduction, right? I'll document that. Okay. Sofa model is inverse distance. I'll take that off. It'd be 1 over. So as this value increases, this value gets larger with distance, right? As distance goes up. Let me even take off this unit size. This is like dumb. Higher values make the sound audible over a larger distance. Yeah, that's just okay. So if I'm 10 away, this is divided by 10, so it's 1 over 1. Which is 1. audio value between 0 and 1 minus attenuation. This should be dB to linear. Attenuation linear, and then I multiply it by the max distance. So as this approaches max distance, this becomes closer and closer to 0. Good. So a value of 0 means no reduction, a value of 1 means inaudible. So I guess I would just actually multiply this by... Check this. What is this? So this is lossless compression. Cool. Reprocess a file so it has better compression. Their example just showed that they just used it as compression. I guess that wording just makes it sound like it does something to the file, so then you run it through the compression. I kind of doubt that. I don't think that's true. Considering your game has guns and third-person aiming. So the attenuation is going to be Sound distance, max distance. So mimic this min. This will be 1, and this goes away. Actually, I don't even have to min that, in fact. This actually has a bit of a weird effect. This technically makes it louder, so it's actually a little bit backwards. I just hate, I really hate. Let me just say git. Because attenuation to me means that like a higher value means you hear it less. But they're treating attenuation as a gain. They literally pass it to a function that's called gain. I'm just going to call it gain. A linear gain from a sound and distance. A result of 0. A result of 1 means there is no reduction in loudness. A result of 1 means the loudness does not change. A result of 0 means the sound is absolutely inaudible. Okay. One, 0. I don't know, this is also just 1. So this value gets closer and closer to 0. Oh no, this value gets larger and larger. Also, I just realized I'm really dumb with it, they're doing this. They're doing 1 over distance over this, which is the same as just doing this value over distance. Sounds like a good idea. No. No, it's not. It's not. So as distance, when distance is 1, this result is 1. No change. When distance grows, this value gets closer to 0. The top is 10, which would mean distance has to be 10 times larger to get the same value. So yeah, let me also do the smaller value between this and that. You don't like my idea? No. I don't have to read the whole thing to know that, like, the premise is bad. Same thing again, actually. So the effective inverse square distance is that getting further away makes it even smaller. Correct. You're wrong, or read it. What does that mean? What is SYBAU? Oh, I know what it means. Never mind. You don't say it. Don't write it. I figured it out. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, though. Okay, so I want this. -20 times x times the log, natural log x. So what is this? What is that line? This is in decibel actually already, so it would be linear. There we go. Okay. That 1 is 1. Okay, that's cool. And I think I still want the same thing, where I just take the maximum. And I'm not adding it because that's just stupid to do that. That's really stupid to do that. Not what you said, but it was what you thought. What does it mean? You know, don't type. There's like Twitch whispers, use that. Use that. I mean, I could type it to you. How do I do this? What did I just do? I don't think that worked. Did I open something? Where did it go? Alright, never mind. I can't open it, apparently. Okay, so I get a linear sound. I multiply by the max distance. And then I say loudness linear is multiplied by the multiplier. Gain. Oh, this should be... Yeah, I gotta do like a clamp, actually. So I think this still is supposed to be 1 minus this value. So as this number, as distance increases, the result should get smaller. So once we reach 1, we're beyond our max distance and it should be 1 minus 1. Right? If this value is very close to 0, this should be 0, so it would just be multiplying by 1. Yeah, okay. Good. So then now I have a true, like, uncapped. I mean, not entirely uncapped. I can get down to, like, how many zeros was this? Also, this is a linear value. So, decibel. Negative 220 decibels is the lowest I can go. You know what, maybe I say forget that, and I mean, I've actually got more room, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah, 15, sure. So what's this value in decibels? Negative 280 decibels. Cool. So that's my limit. You know, maybe I'll say if this would be, wait, this would be a very small value. Oh, then we just max it, or min it to 1. Oh, no, it is uncapped now, because this value can go to 0. Never mind. This value can tend to 0. So this is actually uncapped now. Very cool. Very, very cool. I don't need that much, actually. This is now distance, which is in meters. So I can be, I guess I could even say it's 1. No, never mind. This is centimeter, millimeters. This would be millimeters. Sure. I'll do that. Okay. This is good. If we have an attenuation model, which I don't... Actually, yeah, if I have... Actually, no, I'm ignoring attenuation filter dB now. I am ignoring that because that's really dumb. This is like a really unrealistic sound model that they're going with for some reason. I don't need that. I just need the model and the unit size. And then the emission cosine. So if we have emission cosine theta, now we're doing some extra stuff. So if we're outside of the emission angle, we add this value in decibels. So I guess now I would bring this back. To decibels. Soy GPT. Shame on me for not reading game idea. Dude, think of it like music. If the song starts bad, you're not gonna like you're not gonna like it. So why even like keep listening? Or a book. If you're thinking like, wow, I really don't like this book on the first page, then stop reading it. You're wrong, and that's a trick. Okay. I'm misreading it. No, no. It's a bad idea. I was like, okay, maybe you actually are talking about something completely different, but no, you're talking about the same thing, so no. I read half of that. That's all I needed to read. So essentially, if I have this and drawing a direction. Oh. Wait, I need an orientation. I totally forgot that. I need an orientation for this. This basis. So they use the z vector. They say negative z, which is weird because this is actually positive z. They don't negate this. But whatever. Also, this is just supposed to be player now. Dude. All right. You have to forgive me for scanning over words quickly. I read it correctly that time. Thanks, Danlin. I am getting very hungry, and I'm still just sitting here writing. I don't know, maybe I kind of figured it out a little bit. If we have an emission, I need to compute a direction vector, which will just be... kind of already got this, so... difference vector 3. From... Ooh. Alright, I'm too hungry. I gotta go get food. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Got food. IGN? Wait, what? That's ridiculous. What is this? You there, Elia? Before I start? IGN, Escape from Duck Ob. Okay. Looks like a game to me.
This isn't the most ideal situation.
It is already out, yeah. I didn't see that until the end. Arc Raiders. I don't know what that is. First time I'm hearing about it. I don't pay attention to game releases at all. I've watched more trailers in like the last week than I have in years. So I wouldn't say it's a bad influence. I like watching these because I like to analyze them. The other game, I don't have much to say about that. It looked super mobile. And, yeah.
How was your day, honey?
Pretty intense, but I brought something for you.
Where'd you find all these things?
Here and there, you know.
Did you run into Ark?
I did, and I watch out for them, but they're the least of my problems.
What's with the borders here? Okay. Interesting.
All the raiders I've met say the same thing. You cannot control what happens up there. But you can decide how you deal with it.
Hey, Raider! Where'd you get that jacket? I'd kill for that.
We have Ark on screen.
Where'd you get that jacket? Interesting. No gameplay though? Were the dates? Actually, this is like really in the future. Never mind. In April. Wait. Oh, never mind. Study of the Horus Heresy? I'm sorry. Yeah, I see it already. No gameplay? Why? The game is out, yeah. It is weird though, they're asking for beta testers and they don't... There's not even like a frame of... I mean, unless this is third person game and this is like... I mean, I guess this is... Possibly 1 second of Is this a release trailer? Gameplay reveal, even older. Whoops. I'm going through them.
Ark Raiders is a multiplayer extraction adventure set in a distant future here on Earth. Players start in Speranza, one of the few places in the Rust Belt that is relatively safe from Ark machines that occupy the surface. There are thousands of people living down here, and there is always a need for vital materials from the world above. The Raiders are the ones who put themselves at risk, both from Ark as well as other rival raiders, for a price. It is from here that players can reach different parts of the Rust Belt through a network of repurposed tunnels.
Real.
The raider we are following is on a quest, a job to obtain a seed vault from a research facility deep
Unless
into
it's
the
fake
city.
and they're just like, they added some stutter to this. It does look a bit strange. It's like too jittery even for a hand.
The others in the squad
Pretty
are
weird.
after medical supplies, some rare parts, and their best lead is a pharmacy nearby.
I found some chemicals.
A red flare is a signal of a raider getting knocked down. But you never really know what happened there until you go look. Could have been a fight between raiders or Ark. You never know.
Wasp, over there.
Let's go there.
Wasp.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like games like this. I really don't.
Let's go to that tower.
What are these drones shooting at? Okay. Some goofy gameplay though.
They've reached the pharmacy now.
Let's get over there.
It looks like they are probably the
That's
first
subject
ones here.
here.
But you can never be sure, so it is wise to double check your corners.
Hey, Raider.
Don't shoot, I'm a friend.
You wanna split the loot? Attack the target.
Making friends in the Rust Belt is not easy.
I mean, that's never gonna happen
But
though.
that doesn't
In
mean
real
it can't
gameplay,
happen.
no one does that. They just shoot you. I like the idea that they give you communication methods. It doesn't matter.
Careful.
No one plays like that. The only way that can work is if... No? I was gonna say the only way that works is if shooting
Found antiseptic.
your gun has some kind of consequence
This is it.
beyond just killing the person in front of you
Plastic.
Looks like they
and,
got what they came for.
you know, wasting the
And now
ammo.
it's time to get out of here. Everything that you
And
find will be
even
lost
and if you
don't
shoot
make it
first,
out
you could still
alive.
lose to the guy you're shooting at,
But raiders know this.
even if you have a
It's what
drop
they
on
do.
them. Or there's a mechanic where splitting the loot increases the amount of loot. You just have to fight NPCs around you. Yeah, I was gonna say, unless there's like a really serious reason to not be just shooting your gun at people. This guy's got 200 bullets. Like, you can shoot everyone that you run across if you have 200 bullets.
Engaging in firefights may sometimes be the only way out of a tight spot.
I was gonna say, the only thing that, to me, that would be possible for is if shooting your gun attracts the drones to you, and like that area is cut off.
If you know where to look. You'll have to stay vigilant up there on the surface, where an armada
Like that guy. Like if that guy shows up every time you shoot your guns, then okay, you know, maybe being quiet
of other raiders remain
will actually be
unclear.
encouraged.
You'll need to be resourceful, work with what you have, and sometimes make plans on the fly. What are you prepared to risk to get what you want? Ultimately,
Like if you walk up to somebody and you say hey and they try to start shooting you, like
shaping your own legacy,
now you're at the
your
disadvantage because they've already started
and
shooting.
your home.
No lumen used. A better direction was, hey, just read this. Do not, no acting, just read it. I want you to sound depressed. Can you sound depressed?
You can never be sure. So
Can you sound more depressed? Be not even be dramatic. Just
it is wise to double check your corners.
Hey, Raider.
Don't shoot, I'm a friend.
You wanna split the loot?
yeah, I mean, if you can die in one shot, like, what is the point of talking to somebody? Unless, like I said, the loot multiplies when you split it. If you like agree to team up and you both get like 75% of some loot or something. I don't know. I think this is another one of those like gameplay or game genres that the gameplay discourages you from playing the game. I think there's just no... I don't like it. Sound like you are not going to play this game. Yeah. And then there was another one that you sent, Annalyn. I'll look at it. Okay. I will not be looking at that one, actually. Never mind. All right, well, I'll be right back. I'm back. Bummers, this is how I get treated. You've sent that video before. And I didn't watch it then. Here's my verdict on that kind of game. That's like a game mode. That's not a game. That is a game mode. And I think that that game mode is not very fun. No matter how much content you add to it, how much polish, how much stuff there is to do, PvPvE is a game mode. There needs to be a story. There needs to be the base building or something that can't be 100% of the game. No. What game? He didn't send a game. It's like a puzzle game, but there's only one level. Right, you would not play that puzzle game for one puzzle. I mean, it's just not... It's a game, in my opinion, it's a game mode. It's not a full game. You need more than that. Even Tarkov, where they have like their external thing, but that's just like a menu, essentially. That's not the full game. What was it? The one that Bungie made, whose art direction was someone's portfolio. I can't remember what it's called anymore. That's how much fun I had apparently when I played that. That's a game mode. It makes it a bit more interesting that they have the factions that you do missions for. You know, maybe there's story there. You know, you unlock stuff. But that's still, to me, that's still a game mode. Marathon, yeah. Escape from Duck Off. Escape, that's, you see, like that's a context where that game works. It becomes a game when you make it a mobile game. Like that's kind of that is the level of gameplay that those games have. And like I said, no matter how much you add to that experience, as long as until you break out of that entire PvPvE thing completely, it's still just the same thing. It's not mobile. Escape from Duck Off. That's a super mobile game. It's an offline game against players. What? Yeah, you can play mobile games on the computer. I'm saying that's where it works, by the way. It works in that context. You open it, you open the game, you play a little bit of it, and then you close the game. Like a time killer. No. Where was that here? Music. Yeah, I played Marathon. I was playing it before. Actually, I think I was waiting for it. I was waiting for like my key for it. My friend and I signed up for it at like the exact same time, like maybe an hour apart. And he got it like several days before me. Sorry for your loss. Here's the thing. I think it's fun to a degree, but it's not even the kind of game that I would pay for. If that's your game, I feel like this kind of game probably suffers from like the MMO problem, where so much of your development time is just making it online and making it work, that you don't have any time left to do anything other than just like the base experience. So unless you're like 3-4 years in development and you get your systems done quickly, it's gonna come out as like no more fun than a mobile game is. Or at least to me. I play mobile games and I will say they're fun. But not to the extent I feel like the first person, or even just like a shooter aspect of it, is just a huge mismatch. Like if I want to play a game with guns in it, I would play any other game with guns than a mobile game. Even a game where guns are like a very small part of it. I'm trying to think of one. Like some horror games where like a gun is a weapon, but you have like a couple bullets at any time. Single player remake of the old ones, the lore video. It sound amazing. I haven't looked at it at all. I've heard that Marathon is a really cool universe, and that the game that they've made is not even close to that. Wait a second. I might have gotten confused a bit. Hang on. I know what Marathon is. Never mind. I remember now. It was like the predecessor to Halo, basically. Not a predecessor, but the game they made before Halo. Yeah. I would really like to play that game. A modern Marathon game. Ironically, the game that will kill the studio. Alright, I gotta get type in here. I mean, they were good storytellers. They're probably some of the best storytellers and world builders in the business. They made one big universe, Halo, and then gave it up. So if I want a difference vector from A to B, it's B minus A. And I have to remind myself of this every single time. Because I keep forgetting it. Location is A, B is the sound location. So this will be diff length squared. Whoops. Wrong, old bio where we're peeking writing. Yeah. Yeah, they gave it up. So if we have this, I now have a direction vector. If the sound has an emission and also difference has to be, what is it? Sound distance has to be greater than 0. Then I can say vector 3 is, what is it? Diff over, yeah. Oh my gosh. Flashbang. So they say it's Z negative. I'll be honest, I think they kind of go a little bit crazy here with this. Destiny is an all-time low, not just Steam, but someone tracked Bungie's API throughout the platform it's in. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean those kinds of games, they have to be originals and they have to be originals and they have to be like the first. If you're not original and you're not the first, not actually just forget that. If you're not the first, come on, Red. Like just make a single player experience and have a story. Or you can just make it multiplayer, but not like online multiplayer, where you're like searching and matching with random people. I wish they can. Yeah. Like I said, such a huge amount of that development for that kind of game is just making the fundamental multiplayer part of it even work. And then all of your gameplay has to fit within that networking framework. Halo music playing right now. There was like a serious problem, or not a serious problem, but their armor abilities, particularly armor lock, they had to like they had to really think hard about making that work on network. Like short of just not even having the ability in the game at all. They removed entire content. You can't even play as a new player. Yeah. I think I did Destiny 2 shortly before they had like a huge gutting. Okay, we have the direction. Then I need to check if this direction dotting with the emission direction. They say Z negative, which makes me wonder. I need to like actually read this code to figure out what they're doing. From A to B. So this is the vector that they're dotting with. That vector is my position minus the listener's position. So this is a vector from A to B is B minus A, from the listener to me. This is a vector pointing from the listener to me. That dot product dotted with my forward vector. So, yeah, it is negative Z. Okay. So I just flip that then. They did that because that content is being sued for plagiarizing. I thought it was because the game was too big. And they just got rid of like a lot of the first things that they put in the game. I had never heard about that. So I will be doing dot, I guess. Sound mission direction. Actually, maybe it would make more sense to... Actually, no, this is negative Z, right? It technically emits from the negative Z. So this direction should point from me to the listener. From me to the listener. So this is backwards. Man, okay, let me just match what they have. So this is, wait, this is my position, and this is, so it is that way. But then they dot it with the forward, with my forward, and they say it's negative Z. What? This is insane, by the way. Instead of just doing a cosine on this one, they do an a cosine and a rad to degree. They could literally fix that by just having this be the rate be in radians, and then you would use your inspector to convert that to degrees when you type it. And you have to do one cosine on emission angle. Instead, they're going to compute it every time. That's silly. That's really silly. Bungie is facing a lawsuit from writer Matthew, who claims that elements of the game's storyline in Destiny 2 were plagiarized from his work, posted online prior to the game's release. Oh. Default Godot Audio 3D code. Yeah. They could do one, they don't need this. This could be on the inspector when you set the value, so you have this in radians already. And then this could be a cached cosine of the angle. So they just have to compare dot products. But instead they do this transform and they do this transform every time. Which is silly. So if the dot product, wait. Okay, I am going to ignore this comment and just read exactly what it says. So my global position, actually let me double check that this is mine. Yep, my global position. I get a direction vector pointing from the listener to me. Okay. The direction is vector A to B is equivalent to B minus A. So this is A, this is the starting point, this is B, this is the target point. So this is a vector pointing from here to me. Okay? So it's pointing at me. And then I do a dot product with my forward vector. So I have a vector pointing at me, and then my forward vector is pointing at it. So they turn that dot product into an angle. So for the same angle, the angle is approximately 0, which means we will not be outside of that. Okay. If it's 90 degrees, the angle will be 90 degrees. If it's this, it'd be 180 degrees. Okay. So that's what we're getting here. So when I'm pointing away from the listener node, when my forward and the listener forward are matching, let me say that, then we're inside the angle. And as we start to match less and less, we go outside of that angle. So you could really think of this as drawing the cone from the perspective of the listener. And if I fall outside of that, then we're reduced. Okay, so all of that is just say that as our directions are more aligned, we're inside, right? So if the emission direction, which is my forward, and this direction is from... what is it? Them to me. Them to me. Okay. If this dot product is less than, I think it's less than, right? I'm not converting it to an angle, so it would be less than. This value decreases as they become more opposing. So I might say emission cosine theta 0 degrees would be a 1, result in a value of 1. So that means they have to be aligned, which makes sense. If we are less than, yeah. If we're less than the cosine theta, then we reduce loudness. And they do something really funny here. They subtract a negative. Like, what are we doing, guys? Well, that's the same as adding. And I forgot to mark that. Emission angle filter attenuation. Emission angle enabled. Cosine theta. Filter dB is emission angle filter attenuation dB. Okay, and I was going to say, yep, just to be sure, this is subtracting, so adding a negative. These guys are crazy. So 45 degrees, 90 degrees would give me a cosine theta of 0. So that means they have to be pointing pretty much opposite each other. That would make the dot product negative at that point. And it is emission filter dB, right? Yep. Good. And then after all that math, I finally check. If we're under our minimum, we return. Or we don't return, we just continue. We skip it. So yeah, I'm sure all of that math is definitely going to be faster than this loop. Unless groups is empty, which in that case I actually handle that. If groups is empty. Maybe the group would be better than some of this, I don't know. Because if I don't have a max distance, and I don't have an emission, and I don't have that, this would essentially just be converting it to linear and then converting it back and then checking it again. Which maybe is a bit slow. Maybe it is. Maybe what I should do is I should say, like, do this. has attenuation model. So then I would actually do a check up here if as max or as attenuation or as emission. Then I would do all of this. And that check is in there as well. Sorry to hear that, Danilin. Did you get the pizza, though? Alright, so we're not doing all this extra check stuff. Unless we're certain that we have some of this. And I could even do this again. Yeah. I did. It was good. She comes in here. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't really like this. I kind of just don't like this. How can I avoid as much work here as possible? Alright. I really don't like when stuff is written this way, but I feel like I need to just to improve things a little bit. And then if sound distance is greater than 0, then I can do, or sorry, if, I guess this would be or has emission. And distance squared is greater than 0. There we go. CV that and move on. Okay. We don't gotta keep talking about it, alright? If we have attenuation or emission and we have a positive distance squared. Let me do that at the front, actually. It could be. I think this is kind of unlikely. It's probably always going to be greater than 0. Should be. You know, let me take that off, actually. And do the check here. Okay. If we have emission, I can guarantee that that's already true. Are you going to use dynamic lighting or bake? Both. All right. Everything has passed at this point. We are within time. We're within our min loudness. Max distance, we have a group. Max distance squared, there we go. Everything is passing. So I'm returning an array of dictionary, right? Yeah. So do results append. So I need the groups that the sound came from. I want the node that this came from. Oh, right. This is why I had it as... This is why I did this. Oh, man. What is it called? Audio stream player? So I'll call it the stream. Very cool. Cool. And then I need positional audio player has to have a source node. Yep. So I would add loudness is equal to loudness. It has been computed now. From this, it's computed. And then I guess it would also like to have a distance. If we want a distance, then right, I guess let me do that. And then if sound distance is still -1 at this point, stop doing that. Asthma tungsten. Okay. Why? That's really silly that anyone is looking at that at all, honestly. I'm surprised. Asthma tungsten. What? Loudness, distance. I want the node. Is it called source? Indeed. Loudness, a distance, and a source, and then the groups. And it will need to be a duplicate. Do look Scandinavian. I am partly Irish. Is that... I definitely need the time too. So... would it be... I guess I really more care about the relative time difference. Not the absolute time. Because if I wanted the absolute time, I could just add it to the current time. Wow, I couldn't tell. I'm gonna assume that was sarcasm. It should be. If it's not. Is that everything I need? The loudness, the distance, the source, the groups of the source, and the age. This doesn't tell me a direction. I need the direction. I absolutely need the direction. Direction would be... diff. Diff divided by a sound distance. Let me still try to, keep this to do as little as possible. And this has to be from location A to B, sound location. Location A to B. Nice. Correct direction. Are you a genius coder but lack? This is text, man. I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume the tone. Sometimes you write like, you're like, what? Like 20 A's and then several question marks. And then you just type out no punctuation. Wow, I couldn't tell. Dude, you make it difficult. So I've got how loud it was, the groups, how long ago, the actual node, direction. Is that it? Oh, man. I'm just going to skip this right away. Sorry, Moog. This is not a intense moment. Okay. Well, if I'm actually going backwards in time from the most recent thing, the first result will always be the most recent. Also, I don't think I'd be using time either. A death one? Dude. Remember what Raiden said. Can I go and send this? Is this enough? I mean, it's, is this... I think it's kind of set up. Add sound has an issue. Should just be player and loudness. Yeah, the fact is that this is just a front for this class is kind of silly. But a different one, right? No, man. No. You don't want that. You don't want that. Let's not talk about that, though. Seriously. That is private information. I don't know. I'm always skeptical when I write this much and then I like forget how thorough I was. And I'm wondering, great, I'm gonna run this and I'm gonna have a bunch of problems. Maybe not the case. So get sound played, I pass in seconds in the past, location, target groups, the minimum loudness, the maximum distance, and then targets. Array dictionary. How'd you get multiple followers? I don't know, I just got 2 followers yesterday. When I first started, it was like literally just an average of like 1 a day, and then it slowed down a bunch, and the last 2 days have been more than normal. Just odds, statistics, you know, I think. My jaw is starting to hurt. I'm not sure what happens. This went away and now it's coming back. Or like right here. Feels like my jaw is really stiff. Not sure what it is. Not sure why. It sucks though. It's like I can't talk. Like this side of my jaw just won't open. Get Bluetooth AirPods. I don't think it's headphones. Wow. Oh man, what do I do? I guess I will just start simple and pick the closest thing that I hear. And, well, actually not even that. I'm just tracking everything, really. Actually, yeah, this is just saving everything, isn't it? All the processing is kind of done for me. No vision testing. This has already been computed for me. I'm literally just saving this information, which is kind of weird. Maybe you slept on that side? Quacking a lot. It's a hiccup. Like that. It's after I eat, mostly. Let me try to remember how this works. So I get a character. This can really be anything. Yeah, I think I'll just leave like a note. Like, note. All the processing is done for us. Just saving the memory. Also, I just realized that's a bit strange. If targets is empty, which is gonna be likely, return. Check the doctor. It's fine. Definitely more when I'm talking to. Before it's too late. Oh, you get the hiccups after you eat? Yeah, you're gonna die. Okay. Type. Ooh, I get to change the type now. Sound. Wow. So I guess I have the expire to the frequency you do. Some people just get them more. I don't know. It's not a problem. They're not debilitating. I'd be more concerned about the cough that I've had for like 2 weeks now. Set tracking node. So this would be, let me change this from target to sounds. Sound source. So this just means, okay, no, actually this is not good. This is wrong. For sight, this made sense because I would want to see, I'd want to have the most recent sight of a node, but this is not the case here. I don't want the most recent sound of a node. I want I don't want to do that at all. And also, that should probably be way shorter. How long should it remember a sound for? 10 seconds seems right. 10 seconds seems like enough. I don't want that. Well, I could. I could remember the loudest sound. That's just the corona vaccine. I mean, the cough started like right at the same time that I started streaming. So 100,000 views on Steam? Do you mean like players? Or is it like peak viewers? What? No. On Steam? No. Who's watching Steam live streams? Players, yeah. I'll probably play it, to be honest. I'm going cross-eyed looking at this. Oh man. So I do have an event type when I'm setting the tracking node. Do I still have the event type when I override it? I do. What do I do? What does this do? Nothing there. Override event. We found an event to override. However, we can only change same data elements, so iterate and check types. What? 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 This comment is a little outdated. The comment is actually so outdated it shouldn't even be there anymore. So the event size has to be the same and the amount of data has to be the same. Install dual NAND mod? What? On my Xbox 360? That is collecting dust somewhere. I actually don't know where that is. Nope, I know where it is. It's on my shelf. In the closet. So when we're tracking, do we know the type? We do know the type. So wait, I just had a thought. Finish event. Event get type. I just realized something. Am I encoding the type on the event? Because I don't have to. I do. The type is encoded. But I store them by type. Huh. Interesting. So my thought was, when I... Actually, wait, yeah, how do I save the loudness? That's not even an option, actually. I don't even have that option right now. Here's the types that I have. I have a location, 2 vector 3s. First is position, second is direction. I have a travel, a vector 4 with an XYZ direction and a W distance. I have a forward vector, which is just a vector 3. I don't have a way to save just a single value like that, like loudness. What? Jailbreak Xbox with a new bad update method? The new? I don't think I will. I don't have a reason to do that. Okay, I need a new type here. So what I have here is some simple types, and then I have some complex types. A string is not really a simple type, though. It will help you port your game to the 360. I don't think I want to try that. I don't know if the 360 can handle what I'm going to do. I mean, it can. I can always make it work, but it would change the game too much, I think. I mean, I think it was more just because stuff became more digital. My original Xbox is like hacked, so it doesn't like check. I guess like some DRM checks on discs. Because your only option was to go to the store and buy it, or like write your own, like burn your own disc. So the only way to actually do that there would be to hack it. But I guess with newer stuff, because there was a digital side to it instead, you were able to just go digitally instead of that. Or just play the games on your computer. Just totally bypass the console entirely. Just like the good old days when you kept calling your teammates slurs on COD Zombies. I never did that. That never happened. How will I do this? Because I don't want this to be overwritten. Or, well, I would like it to be overwritten. I don't know. No, 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 no. No, 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 no overriding at all. Alright, so I technically have a travel, right? I have my direction and distance. What do I have? Let me go look at what I have. What do I have? Oh, I'm about done. I'm about out of it. I'm losing it. I'm actually losing it actively. I have direction and distance. This is a travel. A node path. This is what I'm just checking. Oh no. Wait. I don't have a way to save groups. The only console that hasn't been hacked is the Switch 2. Even Xbox One Series X got hacked last year. PS5 Pro got hacked instantly. How do I do groups? Because hearing cares about the groups, but only to save them. But then I have goals that care more about the groups. The visual aspect, I've just left it like that because the group is the group of the thing you're seeing. But the sound group is separate from the thing you're seeing. A player could be producing effectively like 2 or 3 different sound groups. They could be producing like I might say player walking, gun firing or reloading, whatever. Vehicle sound, when you're driving, you're producing a vehicle group sound. So when they read through these sound events, they're not getting the groups of a node. They're looking at the groups that the sound says it's part of. Which I want to be changeable. I want it to be possible to use one positional audio player, play a sound, change the group, play another sound. And then when we go through that list, we have the original group that it was part of when the sound was produced. If I do the vision route, which we just get the node and we check what groups the node is in, which makes sense for that case, it doesn't make sense here because it may have no groups, it may have different groups from when the sound was played that it actually cared about. So this has to be set per sound. All right, I'm going to see what I can send right now. I'm just going to comment this out. I mean, okay, I can add... Alright, wait. Tracking timed. I'm not tracking. Yeah, I don't want tracking. I just want the game time that the event was created at. That's all I care about. I don't need an update time. It's only set once. I need to travel. We'll have the sound direction and the sound distance. We'll have a location, because I want to know where I was when I heard it, and a time of day. And that's it. That's all we know about. We don't know anything about any character. Oh, I need NodePath though. NodePath, event, sound source, get path. And then we are activated. Okay. Is that fine? Can I hit run and nothing explodes? Can I run the game? I would love to be able to run the game so then I can commit and send it. Alright. I like to do this gun because this gun's going to make a lot of sounds. I feel like it's cutting out sometimes, but that's alright. It's definitely cutting out. One more. Alright. Let me put a breakpoint somewhere around here. The, where sounds will trim. So I can see how we're doing. There we go. Happened pretty quick. I mean, it should happen every second, so. Alright. What have I got? How many? The sound log is not here. Global world sounds. That's really annoying. I guess I can go down here and it'll give me the range 250. Cool. 50 sounds. Then I guess I can actually look at the sound here. So we have Source is null, that's fine. Groups is empty, that's also fine. Attenuation model is 0. Loudness was 40, which I think was my default, and then the attenuation unit size is 10, which I think was correct. The default, not correct, but the default. This should definitely be 1. I'm gonna make sure these are 1. Location. That seems about right. Negatives around that area. Time, 41 seconds. Our current time is 52 seconds, so everything older than 10 seconds will be cut. It's actually really interesting that time was an exact second. Or I guess exact enough that... yeah. Okay, so... sound time. So once this reaches 42, it's going to keep going until this is about 42. And it's going to delete all of those ones. Right, so this is the first one that's going to be saved. Cool. 8. And then we've detached. Okay. First is 8. Sound log is sound log. Slice first. Why do statics not show up? It's really weird. It's actually a bit annoying that statics don't show up. Yeah, it looks like it's going pretty well. It's working as I wanted it to. It keeps track of the last 10 seconds and then removes them in batches every second. Now the only question is, how bad does that get? I feel like eventually I would have performance problems with this. Eventually. Got a new haircut, please will not find me in time. Okay. Alright. Sure. The sound is struggling a bit. The sound is just struggling to play, I think. I think it's skipping sometimes because it's... the poly is not high enough. Yeah. Just think about the sounds again. I don't really like it anymore. Not that I would have done it better if I could. Your haircut? The sound system. Okay. What is this? It's kind of a mistake, isn't it? Is this a mistake? These lines? When I zoom in, you can see what it's from, but it looks like it's a mistake, honestly. Yeah, it kind of is. It gets suddenly bright in there. That should be like a... It should be really dark in the middle. Like over here. That looks dark. Maybe that just means my street needs to be going a little bit over that? I don't know. What is this weird shadow thing? What's happening there? There's like this thick bar right here. The shadow's way thicker. What is that? I mean, that just can't be correct, right? What's... Why don't you stop that and go make your own distro with LFS? What? LFS. What does that mean? Linux from scratch. I don't know. I think I'm about done for today. I'm not hitting the times that I want to, but also I'm tired. There's the gun just floating there. Oh, I got stuck. Wow. Yeah. All right. And I flipped. Okay. All right, I can send this. I'm going to take that printing out. I will take the printing out. Which is here. Here. Okay. Yep. Oh, and I need to get rid of that node that's sitting there. Or leave it and accidentally commit it in the future. And then I have to open 3D and hit save because it definitely just added the thing I don't want. Deleting a comment there. Sounds. And then all of this. Oh. All right, cool. I'm sure it's good. Add sound tracker and hearing sense. Basic sound tracking class logs the last 10 seconds of played sounds and Can retrieve sounds relative to a location using Godot's attenuation. Not actually. Using a modified version of Godot's attenuation algorithm. Okay. Simple hearing sense that basically just saves sounds, sound data from the tracker to memory. And I'm also going to say no implementation for hearing in ghouls yet. All right. Okay. That's it for today. Yep. So tomorrow we'll definitely be getting the zombies to respond to these sounds. Definitely. Seems like it's all saving correctly. We're tracking it, saving it to memory. Well, actually, I don't know that it's even working yet because I haven't tested that, so that'll have to be a thing to test tomorrow. Putting the sense on the zombie and then responding to it. What? I want to believe. Okay, well, yeah. Thanks for watching and hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.